So when you do pull into the staging lanes for your first time trial, you can pull across the crosswalk. You can come up to where the cones are. You can pull all the way up to the front of the lanes. Where the cones are, I'm looking for small tire cars in lanes 3 and 4. I'm looking for all steel, all glass in 5 and 6. And you can pull all the way to the front of the lanes where the cones are. That way I can get an idea if we can fit classes in behind or not. Chances are we won't be able to, not till later in the day anyways. So small tire, lanes 3 and 4, all steel, all glass, lanes 5 and 6. Stock block and factory street, you are on alert. Once we empty out lanes 3 and 4, I will call stock block in to 3 and 4, and then once we empty out 5 and 6 of all steel, all glass, I'll be calling factory street into 5 and 6, just so you know where you're going, that's all. But like I say, for right now, we're taking small tire cars, lanes 3 and 4, all steel, all glass, 5 and 6, please. So just a reminder, we're going to have a lot of traffic flowing through these staging lanes, especially while we're teching cars and loading lanes. Can't have golf carts in the lanes at any time, so just trying to avoid having any incidences in the lanes. And again, those cars in lanes 4, you can pull all the way to the front. You can pull up to the cones in front to make room for the cars to come in behind you. Appreciate that. But otherwise, all steel, all glass. Got it going on in lanes 5 and 6, and small tire cars, lanes 3 and 4. So we're loading lanes up again, lanes 3 and 4, small tire. If you could pull those cars in 4 up to the front of the lanes, I'd appreciate that to make room for the cars behind you. Otherwise, things get wadded up. And all steel, all glass, lanes 5 and 6. Again, pull fully forward up to the cones. And once we think we have everybody, we will turn you all loose for your first time trial session here today at Rock Falls Raceway. It is the ROCKSTARS, the inaugural ROCKSTARS event today. Big prize money. What was it? $3,200 I saw for one class. I wish I had a flyer for this. That would be great. I can look it up on the interweb, though. I'll get back to you on that. You all know what you're racing for. I just don't know what you're racing for. And not that you need the reminder, but we do know that there are double entered cars. So if you're running back-to-back classes, we just ask that you get back as quickly as you can. Obviously, we can't run, or at least we can't end the session until all the cars in that session have run, which means we can't run any session after that. We need to keep these things in order for our competition director to keep things all straight and happy. So we just ask for your cooperation, keep things running smoothly. We'll have a great, great day today. Well, I asked for it and I received it. I do have a flyer in my hand for today's ROCKSTARS event. $3,200 per class, based on a 12-car field. But anyway, that's a lot of money. A lot of money per class. So big money at stake, big performance. And once again, I'll make the call for small tire lanes 3 and 4. All steel, all glass 5 and 6. So I know not everyone has gotten through tech, but I've got at least, I think 5 or 6 tech cards, at least 5 for small tire. I only see 2 in the lanes. I see 2 way back there, but I can't tell if they're small tire cars or not. My ID is not that good on these classes, and I apologize for that, but hey, I'll become more familiar as the day goes on. But we know that it's critical, since there's only 2 time trial sessions, that if you are in your class, you need to be in your session when it runs. Because once it's done running, you won't get to run again until your next session. That's why I try to ask and be kind about it, that you respond to your call to the staging lanes as quickly as possible, quickly and as safely as possible, so we can verify we have the right number of cars, and then we can send you down the track, get on to the next class, and so on and so on. We have 4 classes here today of ROCKSTARS cars. So I guess the way things are going, all the all steel, all glass cars, the USA Electric all steel, all glass cars, have all showed up. At least most all of them are here. We're going to run that class first. So if you are in all steel, all glass, you should be in staging lanes 5 and 6. You're coming out for your first time trial session momentarily. And small tire cars, again, you should be in the lanes, as I only see 2, because I think the other, I'm going to guess the other cars in back are probably stock block cars. But once 5 and 6 empty, I will make a call for Factory Street. But again, stock block and Factory Street cars, you're on alert, and as the lanes open up, I will call you. And again, I ask that you show up when you're called so nobody misses a session, and everybody gets their runs in. After the second session, we're having our chip draw for ladders at 1 p.m. Our next session will start at noon. Should be plenty of time to get the cars cooled and fueled and turned around. But I see the drivers loading up, all steel, all glass, self-explanatory. All steel, all glass. Any size rear tire, any size rear DOT tire. 28 by 10.5 slick, No W permitted. All glass windows, truck rear window Lexan only. Composite panels limited to hood and bumpers only unless factory equipped. All body panels required. Factory appearing dash. Replacement gauges allowed. Finished door panels. Carpeted flooring. 2 front seats required. Muffler required. Turbos are exempt from that. Cooling system required. Vehicles must self-drive to the staging lanes and back to the pit. Also, a diaper/oil containment required. That should be required on all vehicles racing, period. There's an opinion right there. That's not a requirement, but that's just my opinion. And that goes for all forms of racing. If you're going down a drag strip, you should have a diaper or oil containment system on your vehicle at all times. We're about to get started here. Quick check, 1,900 feet on the density altitude scale. A little humid out there, certainly decent-sized headwind, so if your car has a tendency to do a wheel stand and it's up high about 60 feet, it's just going to get higher from the wind blowing underneath it. So good luck to all competitors. Let's all be safe. Let's set some quick times. We're going to do some time trial in all steel, all glass right now. Oh, what a sweet sound that is. Burnout's complete for the first pair. I'm not going to have names right away. I'll do the best I can. I did see the car in the left lane, a Bearcat on the license plate. So I'm going to guess that is a Hellcat-powered 68 Barracuda. We'll see. First pair on the line. Ooh, Mike Sterling over there, left side. Bruce Kramer over here, right side. Mike Sterling out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. Bruce Kramer out of Hermantown, Minnesota. Off they go. And Mike Sterling is on a pass. Wheels up for about 85 feet. Sets them down, runs it through 520 at 133. As Kramer has a little trouble, he'll be back for his second time trial. Wow, what a pass by Sterling. So if we were qualifying on ET, Sterling lays down one heck of a lap to start things off. I know we're going to do a chip draw, but I'll try and keep you informed on who's the quickest as best I can. Next pair up, Nick Enberg. That's 64 Malibu SS, left side. David Senderhot Jr. over here, right side. 86 Mustang. All sorts of different engine combinations, certainly in this class. Some turboed, some not. Some supercharged. Pretty sure that Barracuda was supercharged. And you can see some nitrous cars. A little purge there. Over here, right side. Off they go. Shuts it down early. Senderhot Jr. goes 497 at 121, clicks it off, before 600 feet, coasts it through. He was on one heck of a blast, and like I say, just got out of it early. As Enberg had trouble getting going. That'll bring us to our next pair, Brian DePaulus over here, or over there, I should say, left side. Kurt Anderson going to be in the right lane. Anderson running Autocraft race cars and restoration right here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. A crowd favorite, or at least an announcer's favorite. Awesome car Kurt has. Wheel standing 69 Camaro. On the other side, doesn't do wheel stands, but Brian DePaulus' S10 pickup is flat out fast. Spools it up, gets it in. Tree comes down, off they go. DePaulus is on a pass. 456, 159 for DePaulus out of Hibbing, Minnesota. Wow. I don't know if that's going to be the class of the field or not, but he's run 460s out here. It's the first time I've seen him in the 450s. That was a rocket ship right there. Kurt Anderson, no slouch. 615 at 110, out of it early, I believe. I got distracted watching DePaulus just fly down the track. Next pair coming up, Eric, boy, this is one I need a phonetic spelling on. Bajirkatut, there you go. That's the best I can do over there, left side. Out of North Branch, Minnesota, in that Camaro. Lucas Burrs out of Rothsay, Minnesota, over here right side, the lime green Nova. Wheels up at 330 feet for Lucas Burrs, goes 496 at 153. Holy moly. I'm guessing the converter came in and locked up and, like I say, brought it up about 6 inches at half track. Wow, what a pass. Really fast stuff out here. And Eric goes through 653, 109. Steve Carson now left side. '68 Nova, painter out of New Ulm, Minnesota. Right side, I don't have a name, but let's see if I can come up with one real quick. I know this Mustang's been out here before. The name escapes me. Off they go. Pretty close all the way down. Getting there first. Steve Carson. 484, 152. Wow. Good enough for second fastest. Or a second quickest, I should say. Mustang right there, 512, 136. Very stout. Next pair up, Nathan Shaw going to be in the left lane out of Morristown, Minnesota. Fabricator by trade. Going to be in the 71 Nova. Kyle Wayne over here right side out of Ramsey, Minnesota. 68 Chevy Camaro. Looks like a big block. Got to be a turbo or something on there. Could be a Pro Charger. Super looking hot rod so far. Wow, this is quite a class right here. I know Shaw's been here. Both cars, I think, have been here. Both cars extremely fast. Wow, 481 for Shaw in the left lane. And Kyle Wayne goes to the top of the list, 452 at 167 over here, right side. Wow. Impressive. Impressive. So at this time, I will take factory street cars to lanes 5 and 6. Factory street, if you want to come up to 5 and 6, that'll be great. Also, stock block will take you to 3 and 4. Stock block 3 and 4. Factory street lanes 5 and 6, please. Factory street 5 and 6 for your first time trial. Stock block lanes 3 and 4 for your first time trial. On the starting line now, this is the last of our all steel, all glass cars. And I don't have names for you, but I'll have them for you next time they come up. Beautiful Monte Carlo left side. And equally gorgeous Gen 2 Camaro over here right side. They're staged up and ready already. Monte Carlo, okay. And he might have pedaled it. No, he didn't pedal it. He went 469 at 158. Heck of a pass. Camaro had a little trouble getting going. They can make their adjustments. Come back for their second time trial session. That was some impressive runs. Wow. Kyle Wayne, 452, 167, top of the heap. Brian DePaulis right behind, 456, 159. On down the list we go. Wow, that is, like I say, those are some awfully fast cars. Getting down the track. We're going to be making our switch to small tire cars here. And with that, as I said before, I will take stock block to lanes 3 and 4. Stock block, lanes 3 and 4. And factory street, I will take you to 5 and 6, please. Factory street, 5 and 6. Stock block, 3 and 4. Stock block lanes 3 and 4. But small tire cars, it's your time to shine on your first time trial today here at Rock Falls Raceway. Brian Godecki, left side in that 69 Nova. Bright green over here, Mike Aliff in his 67 Chevy Malibu. Obviously nitrous assisted. Aliff, a super regular, lives close by. Godecki been out here a bunch. Haven't seen him. This first time this year we've seen him out here. Godecki runs it through, 5 flat, 143. Aliff having trouble. Nitrous applied a little early. And smokes the tires about, I don't know, 80 feet out, maybe earlier. Aliff goes 615 at 128. Godecki seemed to hang on to either first or second gear a little long. Made that shift into high gear, and the car really took off. Next pair coming up, Mike Rothenberger, another Canadian participant, left side, out of Thunder Bay, Ontario, 89 Mustang. Over here, right side, Cole Carpenter, out of Forest Lake, Minnesota, in his 89 Mustang. Cole has been all over the country. I don't know him personally, but I know the name and know the car. At least I think it's him. I'll put it this way. I know the Carpenter name, and I'm sure that's the same car. As we stage them up.
Hey, Joe, just want to throw another announcement for the stop block guys. I know we had 4 cars in the lap. Now we got 2 sitting up here, so I'm going to switch it up again. I'm going to go to the factory stop, guys.
I do need our stock block cars. I need our stock block cars to the staging lanes, 3 and 4, please. Factory Street, sounds like you're doing a good job. Wow, what the, holy moly, is Carpenter on a lap. 475, 149 for the Mustang out of Forest Lake, Minnesota. Cole Carpenter, excellent reaction time to boot. 22 on the tree. Looking good for small tire. Holy cow. So we're looking for stock block to lanes 3 and 4 and Factory Street. I think you're coming out next in 5 and 6. A couple of more small tire cars coming up here. Danny Keeseth in the Mustang over here right side. Looks like Randy Johnson left side in the Maverick. Keeseth out of New Hope, Minnesota. Couldn't grab the track over here right side. As Randy Johnson legs it through the quarter mile on an 1/8 mile pass. So we're looking for stock block lanes 3 and 4. And Factory Street lanes 5 and 6. Another small tire car coming up here. And if we have any test and tuners, out there, you can start coming up in lanes 1 and 2. Please be mindful. The staging lanes are a little busy with 4 different classes of cars here. So be courteous to your neighbors, and as you're driving through the pits and whatnot, you got cars coming back as we're loading other lanes. So just be aware. Looks like our last small tire car here, 69 Camaro. And just a little too aggressive on that starting line. I think we're looking for 2 more stock block cars. We have 2. We should have 4. Test and tuners, you can come up in lanes 1 and 2. Test and tuners, it's your time to shine. You'll be coming out here once we get through our factory street and then our stock block cars. So we got factory street coming out now. Michael Sipper over there left side. That Copo Camaro, ZL1 Camaro. I guess it's not Copo. I don't know. Something like that. Mark Morris over here right side. His 20 Challenger. One of the few Mopars not at Mopars in the Park this weekend. Glad you're here. Gets it done, gets there first as Sipper couldn't get a hold of the track. 7:05 for the Challenger at 100 miles an hour. So tech is open. Tech is open. Lanes 7 and 8. If you haven't been through technical inspection, you can't go down the track unless you've been through tech inspection. Otherwise, if once you're through that and you're not part of the ROCKSTARS program, test and tune is going on in lanes 1 and 2, please. 1 and 2 for testing and tuning. Another Mopar over there left side. Super fast Corvette over here right side. Didn't quite get a hold of the track. 624, 119 for the Vet. Normally is up around that 150 mile an hour range in the quarter mile. Running low nines. Another ZL1 Camaro on the starting line. This one gets a hold of the starting line. Little softer launch, applies the power. 615, 119 miles an hour. That's stout for a street car. Wow. That was Aaron Perkins laying that lap down. Nice lap. We're looking for our stock block cars. I think we got 3 now. There's supposed to be 4. I'm not sure if someone's double entered. That is it for our street, performance street. On 1 car for stock block. I was told it's a red Mustang. I forgot the car number. 533L. Okay, 553L. Now I know who you are. Yeah, the double entered car, but we need that Mustang back so we can run the stock block class and then put a bow on our first time trial session So car 553L, I'll come up with a name here momentarily. So if you're supposed to be in stock block, there's a question on which car we have remaining, 553L or 533L, or they might be down there. I know there's a Mustang down there, but we're missing one car in stock block, and we can't run the class until you're all together. So we need that car up here so you can run down. And I know you're double entered also. So throw some fuel in it, come on up here to lanes 3 and 4 and get your final time trial of the first session over with here for ROCKSTARS cars. You got 4 other cars up here in the lanes waiting on you. And if you're having trouble or something broke, send someone from your crew up here. Oh, looks like we might have them all now. One way or another, we'll get this sorted out. But we're just trying to keep things rolling so when we call you for your next session, everybody's ready on an equal time basis. Otherwise, for those cars in the ROCKSTARS event, I believe if I heard correctly, you are not allowed to be in test and tune at all. You get 1 shot per time trial session, and that's it. Once our second time trial session is ended, we're going to have a chip draw for our ladders and get you set up for first round eliminations at 2 p.m. But our next time trial session will kick off at 12, right at noon, and we'll do the same thing we just did. I'll give you plenty of warning to get your cars up here and into the lanes. And into the appropriate lanes for your class. Be the same order that we just did, exact same order that we just did. And you'll be in the same lanes. attention in the pits. This is more informational than anything. If anybody lost their vape device, chances are it's in registration. So if you're missing your vape, I don't know what color it is. I don't know what flavor it is. I don't know if it's from Illinois, Minnesota, Florida, where there are different styles of vaping devices than what's illegal here in Wisconsin. But anyways, if you're missing your vape, stop into registration. If you identify it properly, I'm sure they'll give it back to you. So standby test and tuners, I appreciate you coming up to 1 and 2, but I think we're still waiting on one stock block car to get back here so we can run that session and then continue on with the day. We're double checking our sheets and whatnot, making sure. And I think we're settled on the fact we're going to run cars. So I think I see the car in question back there. They got the hood up and whatnot, checking things out. Not sure they're aware they're in stock block anymore. But we're all waiting on that car, 553L or 533L. One way or another. We're waiting on you. All right, turns out the car we've been waiting for has decided to opt out of this class. So we're going to send our stock block cars down. That's going to complete this first session. And we'll do it all over again in about another hour when I start calling cars again for the second session. In the meantime, once these cars go down, we'll resume or I should say we'll start our test and tune cars. And they will fill in between our ROCKSTARS main event cars. And here comes our stock block participants right now. I should give it the full name. ProBlast Tech Stock Block. Thanks to all our sponsors for our ROCKSTARS event. ProBlast Technology, Twin Cities Performance, USA Electric, One Guy's Garage, all chipping in and helping us out and helping out our ROCKSTARS participants. First pair out, first pair out, left side, Ryan Humes in the multicolored Mustang, 93, out of South Range, Wisconsin. Adam Rohrbacher out of Mounds View, Minnesota, right side, in the 71 Nova. It looks like Humes has a problem. So we're going to turn Rohrbacher loose. Or something. Not sure what's going on. Member of the crew wanted to shut him down. So Hume shredded a belt. They could see it hanging underneath there. Very nice of Adam Rohrbacher to stand by and wait while they got that belt out from underneath the Mustang. Everybody staged up. Off we go. Rohrbacher gets it hooked up, 621-109. Hume spins the tires pretty hard and then gets back in it. Runs through at 126 miles an hour, ET, not reflective of what that car's capable of, but that 126 miles an hour says he's got some steam under the hood. So the starter Mark had to run on down the track, make sure nothing else fell off of Humes' car. Looks all clear, and we're ready for our next pair. Colorado pickup, 04 version. Left side, that's Lance Sausina. That's a terrible name for me to pronunciate, but apologize for that one. Out of Duluth, Minnesota. Right side, don't have a name yet, but we'll get one on there for next time. I'm going to go with a 78 Monte Carlo. First year of the body change. Is that Gen 3 Monte Carlo? Probably never been said before. Colorado can't get a hold of the starting line. Monte Carlo gets down 663.97 miles an hour. And I think we got one more competitor in stock block before we put a bow on this first time trial session for our rock stars. Looks like a final pair coming up here. Ryan Van Pruyen out of Antigo, Wisconsin. In either an Eclipse or something like that. I'm sorry, 97 GSX. That's what it's on my screen anyways. I'll go with that. Aaron Perkins in a 17 Camaro, ZL1. Aaron, one of the double entered vehicles. I want to say he went 6:15 earlier. He's off on a lap. Ryan Van Pruyen, not off on a lap. 6:33 for Perkins, right side. As Ryan is just kind of limping her down the track. We'll see if Ryan can stay running long enough to get off the track. And then we'll go to our test and tune cars. And in less than an hour, I'll be calling everybody back. All the rock stars, I'll be calling you back. Same order, same lanes. So hopefully you'll all be ready to go. We'll run through that second time trial session on our way to eliminations. So test and tune, it is your time to shine. Test and tune, come on up in lanes 1 and 2. You're on the track right now. Test and tune, come right on. Test and tune, we'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Come right on, test and tune. Nate Bremer has the fast bike out today. That's usually a treat to watch. Has gone into the 7s. Coasts, and I say coasts very slowly at 103, goes 889. Was on a decent pass. 140 at the 8th mile. So he was out of it shortly after that. So test and tuners, lanes are open. Test and tuners, lanes are open. Lanes 1 and 2. If you're testing and tuning, come right on. I'm getting hungry. Are we getting close to that noon hour? Well, we're a ways away from it, but doesn't mean you can't head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe and get yourself something good to eat. Hamburgers, hot dogs, cheeseburgers. Probably get a double hamburger, double cheeseburger. Waffle fries. New item on the menu. Woefully underpriced also. So help yourself to the waffle fries. Get a couple. Chicken fingers, chicken sandwich, or chicken tenders, whatever you want to call them. They got that down there too. All kinds of good stuff. Pizzas, Gino's Pizza's available. They'll cook you one up. They're a full-size, like a bar-style pizza. You can take it frozen, cook it in your motorhome, or we'll cook it up for you. They got cheese, sausage, and pepperoni, or deluxe. So we'll keep running our test and tuners. And in a little less than half an hour, I'm going to make the call for our second time trial session for our featured cars today. That is our Rockstar cars. Looks like after a successful launch, the Honda, I thought he missed second gear, but it looks like he may have broke something in the drivetrain, pulled it over. I don't see any fluid. We're going to run down there and check it out, and if we have to, we'll get him towed off the track here. I'll let you know momentarily how that turns out. And it is catastrophic driveline failure, so we're going to have to get that Honda towed off. We'll do that as quickly as we can. Going to be a few minutes. Once we get that car off, we'll continue with our testing and tuning. Like I say, about a half an hour, a little less than half an hour, and I'll start to call cars back for our second time trial session for our ROCKSTARS. Going to be the same order. Going to go small tire, all steel, all glass, stock block, and then factory street. Once again, thanks to the sponsors helping us out with the ROCKSTARS, Twin Cities Performance, ProBlast Technology, out of Keewatin, Minnesota. And that's www.problastmn.com. USA Electric Incorporated, and One Guy's Garage, custom fabrication out of Morristown, Minnesota. That's a ways away from here. So we got the Honda hooked up and we're getting it off the racing surface. Again, doesn't look like there's any fluid down, so once that car clears, we'll be back to testing and tuning. And we thank everybody for coming out today for the inaugural ROCKSTARS Heads Up event, 8th Mile Heads Up, something we've never tried here before. But we're giving it a try here today. Don't forget, if you get a chance, head on over to registration, pick yourself up a raffle ticket for Cause for Celebrations. Cause for Celebrations is a charitable organization here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And you can get raffle tickets for $20 a piece, or you can get 5 for $100. $5,000 grand prize, $1,000 second prize, $500 third prize. That drawing is going to happen here at Rock Falls Raceway June 27th around 5 p.m. during the Badger Classic. So we encourage everybody. The Cause for Celebrations group helps out with charities right here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. So we support them. We hope you support them because they support our community. Here's the Nate Bramer we all know and love. 788, 164 miles an hour, and I'm pretty sure he might have been out of it a little bit there. Really good launch. Kind of rode the edge all the way through. I don't know if it smoked out the turbo a little bit there or if he actually smoked the tire half track. Tons of power out of that bike. Big turbo. And quite a rider. Nate Bremer laying down one heck of a pass. My gosh, this is no slouch of a bike either. Turboed Hayabusa. Went in the 8s earlier today. I think at 150 plus miles an hour. He keeps the front wheel on the ground. And he does. That bike is, again, no slouch. 862, 159 on a motorcycle that could have a license plate on it. Wow. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take small tire for your second and final time trial today. Small tire, lanes 3 and 4. All steel, all glass, lanes 5 and 6. All steel, all glass, lanes 5 and 6. For your second and final time trial session. So small tire and all steel, all glass. I will take you back to the staging lanes, 3 and 4 for small tire, 5 and 6 for all steel, all glass. And for stock block and factory street, you are on alert. I'll put you on alert. So once those other cars come out and clear the lanes, I will put you in those lanes, same lanes that you ran last time. We're going to shut the track down and have it go cold for a little bit. So for you test and tuners, you may want to hang back because we're going to do some starting line prep for our featured cars. And while we're doing that starting line prep, we're going to fill the lanes up just like we did a couple hours ago. So small tire. That is one guy's garage, small tire cars will take you to lanes 3 and 4. And the USA Electric all steel, all glass cars will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Come right on. We'll take you now. Small tire and ASAG cars. Small tire and ASAG cars will take you. Small tire, lanes 3 and 4. ASAG, 5 and 6. And that leaves our other two categories on alert. So we're looking for small tire cars to lanes 3 and 4, small tire cars to lanes 3 and 4. We've temporarily shut down our test and tune while we're prepping the starting line for the second time trial session for our featured cars today. Once we get those cars run again, we will. I'll call you back, test and tuners. But for right now, you can just kind of sit tight, get yourself something good to eat over at the Quarter Mile Cafe, and get ready to watch some super fast cars go down the track in small tire and the all steel, all glass cars. They are crazy fast. So small tire lanes 3 and 4, I got one taker, and all steel, all glass lanes 5 and 6. If everything goes off properly, we'll turn you loose right at noon. And that is in precisely 11 minutes. Give or take a little. We'll get it. We'll make it happen one way or the other, that's for sure. Starter Mark is out there brooming and grooming, doing a little spray, doing a little drag, getting everything in tip-top shape on the starting line for this next session of small tire and all steel, all glass, our entire second session of our featured cars, the rock stars that are here today. We certainly thank you all for coming out. That was quite a first session, so high expectations for this second session. Very high expectations. Cloud cover helping us out on the starting line, that's for sure. It's getting a little warmer. I think we were at about 1,900 feet density altitude for that first session. Where are we at now with our density altitude? 21? Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I can't reach the site. Here we go. 2,250 feet, so a little bit worse off. Basically just warmer. And a little bit more of a headwind. So even with these cars that make tons of power, that does have an effect. I think 452 was our fastest time this morning. We had a 456. I think a 459. And there are other cars that didn't quite put a whole run together that have that potential out there also. So hopefully they get it, make it happen. So once again, small tire cars, 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Feel free to pull up to the front of the lanes so we know what lane you're in and we can get the proper car count. Once again, small tire cars, lanes 3 and 4, 3 and 4, and all steel, all glass, lanes 5 and 6. So some of you are going to have to use that left lane. Some are going to have to go into lane 3. You can't all be in lane 4. I know that, but we'll sort you out. Don't worry about it. After this session is run, we're going to have a driver's meeting and a chip draw at that garage door opening next to the registration doors. So we'll need drivers back or driver representatives at 1 p.m. And then we're going to go through and do chip draws for the classes to set up ladders for eliminations. So keep that in mind once you make this session and you get things squared away with your car. Either the driver or driver representative needs to come up to the garage door next to the registration doors for the chip draw to determine ladders for eliminations. Looks like we're getting close to having all the cars for the proper classes. So we're getting close to our start time. Let's take a look here. We wanted to fire cars off precisely at noon. And it looks like we're missing one small tire car. See somebody sneaking around the back here. Is that one of our takers or no? It looks like they are pulling into the lanes. So we should have all of our small tire cars. If that happens, I know we will lead off with small tire cars. All steel, all glass. You should all be in the lanes also. Once we take whichever class we can first, I will let our remaining two classes know and call them to the lanes. So either ProBlast Tech Stock Block or Twin Cities Performance Factory Street. I'll be calling you shortly. Consider yourself on high alert. I mentioned it earlier, I'll mention it again. If you're not using your golf cart as a tow vehicle or push vehicle, it would make it much easier to keep your golf carts out of the staging lanes for us as we try to count cars and organize stuff, make sure we got everybody in there. So normal happenings, we don't have golf carts in the staging lanes unless they're being used as push carts. Appreciate your cooperation there. So coming out right now, small tire, second and final qualifying session. That means, by my list here, stock block, you can start making your way into lanes 3 and 4. Stock block will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Be mindful, there are small tire cars in the lanes, but as they filter through, that will make room for you. So stock block will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Just don't run over any of the small tire cars that are in the lanes right now. So a lot of good passes that first session. A few of them weren't so good, so hopefully those guys are able to make some adjustments. And they're able to get down the track in this second session. So in small tire, if I have this right, Cole Carpenter holding down the what would be pole position if it weren't for a chip draw, 475 at 149. We got some contenders coming up here, first pair. Kyle Wayne, left side, in that 68 Chevy out of Ramsey, Minnesota. Brian DePaulis out of Hibbing, Minnesota. In the right lane. Off they go. Holy moly, 453 for Kyle Wayne. DePaulis got out there first, had a better run going, and then gets run down as DePaulis kind of gets out of the groove, has to get out of it, goes 491. Kyle Wayne, your fastest car now, 453, 167.80 in that Camaro. Wow. Mike Aliff now, 67 Chevelle, left side. Nathan Shaw, right side, 71 Nova. You can see a little nitrous purge there from Mr. Aliff. Nathan Shaw with a decent pass, 492, 132, kind of out of it early. Aliff goes 589 at 129. Once again, I will take stock block to lanes 3 and 4. ProBlast Tech stock block, I'll take you to 3 and 4. And Factory Street, you're on high alert. So stock block, I'll take you back to lanes 3 and 4 for your second and final time trial. Next pair coming out. Well, it's not a pair. It looks like it's a single. Danny Keeseth, 71. That's not a 71 Mustang. 91 maybe. Out of New Hope, Minnesota. Keeseth gets it in. Solid let go. Nice lap. 489, 144.7 miles an hour. Very solid. Little bit left in that maybe. Real decent 60 foot. Might be right on the edge. Great pass though. Great pass. It stuck and held. We like that. Joe Clayson coming out next. Going to be in the left lane. Clayson out of Pequot Lakes, Minnesota. And that's 69 Camaro. As it pre-stage, bumps it in, spooled up, ready to go. Oh, just blasts the tires. Half throttles it down the track, 692, 113. So we got a few more cars in small tire than we had before. We're looking for a stock block. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. ProBlast Tech stock block. We need you to lanes 3 and 4.
I talked to the owner of the orange car in the left lane, 175, just got wide.
Brandon Baldassi. Left side, Brian Godecki. Right side, a couple of our Canadian competitors. Godecki with a soft launch. Has a hard charge on the top end, goes 141 miles an hour at 503. Previous pass was better, he went 5 flat. Baldassi goes 548, 124. And that is his better of the two passes. I know we got at least one more left. Cole Carpenter completes his burnout. Cole was the previous fastest car in this class till we did some juggling and got some different cars in here. Went 475. I think at 149. See if he can improve. I'm going to go with Dad Brian in behind the car, wearing the Pro Charger shirt. Been doing this a long, long time. Pre-stages the car, brings up the boost, bumps it in, tree comes down. Another clean launch. Wow, that is a rocket ship. 470, 151 miles an hour, improves by 0.05 and 2 miles an hour. Woo! Very steady. Cole Carpenter picking him up and laying him down. So we're looking for our stock block class in lanes 3 and 4. Next pair, Mike Rothenberger, left side. That 89 Mustang, another Canadian competitor. Over here, right side, Michael Bendel in Fanglia. Very scary car. 48 Ford, it says on my screen. Super hard hit, rattling the tire, something fierce in Fanglia. Gets down the track, 576, and something broke and fell out from underneath Mike's car, Mike Rothenberger's car. Be careful when you pick that stuff up. Starter Mark jogging out to see what's wrong. We'll see what we can do, whether we got to push it back or tow it off. One way or another, he's dead in the water. I don't see any fluid out of it. I'm guessing whatever fell out of it was pretty important. All right, let's help him push it back, guys. Let's help him push it back. Let's go. There we go. So it'll take a little bit while we get this going. In the meantime, we can load up 3 and 4 with our stock block cars, and our final category, Factory Street. You can hold off a little bit while we get this car pushed off, and then we'll clear the lanes out of ASAG cars. And then I'll make the official call for Factory Street. So our ASAG cars are coming to the starting line. I will make the call for Factory Street cars. I'll take you to 5 and 6. Factory Street, I will take you to 5 and 6. Again, this is our all steel, all glass class coming up here. Second and final time trial. left side, again, I apologize, Eric, and anybody in Eric's pit, but Jerkatoot, that's the best I can do. North Branch, Minnesota, mechanical engineer. In the Camaro left side, Eric Hake out of Bloomington, Minnesota, in that 72 Monte Carlo over here right side. Cars get them pre-staged and they bump them in with the boost up. Off we go. Wow, that's a good side-by-side drag race. That Monte Carlo really turned it on, though. 464. 158 miles an hour for Hake. Definitely fastest Monte Carlo I've ever seen. Coming up next, right side, Aaron Perkins. That gorgeous Malibu. Off they go. Not Aaron Perkins, that's Nick. Yeah, we'll just call him Nick out of Chippewa Falls in that 70 Chevelle. Getting on down the track. Next pair coming up, Mike Sterling, left side. That gorgeous 68 Plymouth Barracuda. It's a Barracat, not a Barracuda anymore. Sterling out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. Made a heck of a nice pass in that thing. First time trial. David Senderhout Jr. out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, in the Mustang right side. Got the nitrous purged in the Mustang, getting it into the beams. Sterling already pre-staged, ready to go. One more purge of the nitrous for luck. .481, 147 for Senderhout Jr. in the right lane. Sterling with another nice pass. He has the best of a 519 at 133. That car that'd be fun to drive. Very, very nice wheelie, smooth. Next pair out, Bruce Kramer, left side in the 41 sedan. Zach Lawrence, right side in that 89 Mustang. the rather large wing on back out of Elk River. Off they go. Mustang with a good launch and a good pass. 5:14, 143 for Zach Lawrence. Bruce Kramer, 5:59, 130 comes in second, but a couple of good runs right there by both cars. Getting them down the track. So Factory Street will take you to 5 and 6 if you're not already there. Factory Street, we need you to 5 and 6 if you're not already there. Brian Markey, left side, and that's 72 Camaro. I like the Rally Sport front end on these cars. Makes them all look great. Lucas Burrs over here, right side, Rosse, Minnesota. Keep an eye on Lucas. He's the one, I'm pretty sure, that pulled the front wheels at about 300 feet in his first pass. Another pair of fast cars in the starting line. Oh, and both drivers get a little extra aggressive. Can't make them stick on the starting line. Coming up now, Steve Carson, left side, out of New Ulm, Minnesota. He's a painter by trade in his 68 Nova. Kurt Anderson, out of Eau Claire, the Autocraft race car, 69 Camaro. Regular wheel stander most of the time. I'll try and keep an eye on him this time because I got distracted who he raced last time. Big cubic inch LS under the hood of that 69 Camaro. Kurt cannot get a hold of the track. Steve Carson does. 484, 152 miles an hour. Wow. This is Factory Street coming at you right now. Chad Mizka. Wow. Again, help me out, guys. Phonetic spelling would help on the tech cards for me. Right side, Mark Morris. I can do that. Chad Mizka. We'll go with Mizka. A lot of tire spin out of the Corvette, but that thing's got a ton of power. 648 at 118. The Challenger goes through at a 713.98 miles an hour. I think he went 100 miles an hour in his first pass, so a little slower, little different conditions. I get it. Couple of Camaros, couple of ZL1 Camaros. Aaron Perkins laying down some good laps. Low sixes over there left side. Right side, Michael Sipper. Might have the faster of the two cars, but sometimes has trouble getting it hooked up. Let's see what he can do. I think he had trouble in his first pass. Let's see what he does here in his second time trial over here right side. Sipper out of Duluth, Minnesota. He's a general contractor. Perkins from right here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and I don't recognize the car, so good to see him out here. Having at it with that Camaro. This time Sipper gets the better of it off the starting line. As Perkins has a little issue with some tire spin. Perkins' previous best, 615, will stay. Sipper skips up the ladder to a 639. We have one more car here in Factory Street. Factory stock, yeah, we're making up classes. And in the Charger, going on down the track, 781.89 miles an hour. So our last remaining class is ProBlast Technologies stock block coming out here directly. After this class, within, I'm going to say 20 minutes, we're going to be having a chip draw to determine ladders for competition. Round one will start at 2 p.m. and continue until we are finished. So stock block is our last class to run the final session. I don't know if everyone in that class is going to make this pass. We might have some double entered cars that are sitting it out. If so, that'd be great if you let us know. So with that, we will be having a chip draw in 20 minutes, actually 23 minutes. We'll have a chip draw at the garage door just over from the registration doors here at the front of our big building. And we'll have a chip draw for all the classes for round one. We'll set ladders up and then we'll go from there. Getting ready for our 2 p.m. eliminations, round one. Going to happen at 2 o'clock. Chip draw at 1 o'clock. But we need to get this final class run down the track so everybody's on the same even level. Got their 2 test runs, time trials.
All right, Travis, heads up. One, you just showed up with his.
So we got a late entry into stock block. We'll hopefully get that driver's tech card up here and get his name and whatnot. And then we'll get that last session run and we'll have a chip draw. So once those stock block cars run, we will resume testing and tuning. So if there are any test and tune cars out there that want to make some test passes, you can come on up to lanes 1 and 2. Be a few minutes while we get things squared around, but we're going to be running stock block here in just a little bit. So test and tune cars, come on back to lanes 1 and 2 to continue your test day here at Rock Falls Raceway during ROCKSTARS. We appreciate all of you watching our live feed. Made some modifications. If you guys hang out till the end of the day, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. We should have a camera for our winner's circle and the interviews that ensue from that. So looking forward to that. Unless there's technical difficulties. We'll see at the same time. We'll find out when you find out. But I'm pretty sure we got that all operational. Today will be our inaugural test for that. Want to remind that golf cart coming through hot stage at 10 miles an hour. 10 miles an hour, please. So stock block is coming out. We had that late entry, and then it looked like he was ready to go, and he wandered off. So hopefully he knows his class is in the lanes. They're running right now. I believe it is Mike in the Malibu. Mike, fight. We'll go with that. I'm sorry, Mike. Sorry for butchering it. Here he comes. All right, he made it. Very good. So tests and tuners, come on up in lanes 1 and 2. Just a few, I think 3 pair of these stock block cars. We'll get them run down. And then for all the drivers and or drivers representatives, we're having that chip draw at 1 p.m. and that's going to be, it's only 15 minutes away. So drivers be ready and or driver representatives. That's going to be at the garage door right in front. There's a pop-up down there, a table with some chips on it. Poker chips, that is, not potato chips. That's what I would like, is a great big bag of potato chips. But here we go, Lance Sosina. Man, I'm sorry for butchering your name, Lance. Lance out of Duluth, Minnesota, in that 04 Colorado left side. Ryan Van Pruyen out of Antigua, Wisconsin. I've never heard of Antigua, Wisconsin. That 97 GSX over here, right side. Oh, and Ryan's got it working this time. He had to limp it down the track last time. Nice pass, 584, 120. As Lance goes 736 on his pass. So next pair, Kyle Wayne over there left side in that Monte Carlo. And trouble for Ryan Humes. I think he had trouble last time with a belt. So we will hopefully send him down. Send Kyle Wayne down anyways, hopefully. So just a note to the Humes crew. You should watch back the live feed because it's going to be funny when you guys look at it. Anyways, they're both in. Off we go. Whoa, great wheel stand by Wayne. I'm sorry, Randy Miller, as we are updated as we go. 546, 127. Humes goes 536, 138. Couple of nice passes there. Sorry about getting the names wrong. Randy Miller? Randy Miller was in that Monte Carlo with a great wheels up launch. Carried the wheels good 60 feet. Making a nice pass. And here we have our late entry, Mike Fiked. Left side, and that's 78 Malibu. Right side, Adam Rohrbacher, the 71 Nova. Excuse me, having a little trouble, a little frog in the throat. Taking my lozenges, trying to get things straightened out. Rohrbacher out of Mounds View, Minnesota. Off goes Rohrbacher. Spike a little late getting off the starting line. Goes 7:16, 101, kind of on and off the throttle, but like I say, late arrival. He's in the show. All he's got to do is draw the right chip and get and win. Get to the next round. 6:25 for Rohrbacher. Not as good as this 6:21 earlier in the day, though. So that completes our time trials. Again, we're having a chip draw at 1 p.m. Test and tune cars will take you to 1 and 2. So all drivers and or driver representatives, we need you up to the garage door, just to the east of the main doors for registration. There's a pop-up down there, bunch of poker chips, and a table. And we're going to do that chip draw here momentarily. 10 minutes. So those of you who just went down the track, come on up for the chip draw. As soon as you park your car, get the battery charger hooked up, roll on up to the registration building, but you'll see the garage door out front is open. There's a pop-up down there. And we'll have a chip draw for your class and set the ladders accordingly in preparation for eliminations. Round 1 eliminations coming up in an hour and 10 minutes. They're starting them at 2 o'clock. Getting closer and closer. $3,200. I know for at least one class. It takes 12 cars to pay that $3,200. We might have 2 classes racing for $3,200. That's quite a prize for 4 rounds. Especially if you get a bye. That'd be awesome. Big money here at Rock Falls Raceway. powered RX-7, I believe that was, down the right lane. 975, 153, probably the scariest car that's gone down the track today. Not the fastest, I'm just saying the scariest. Wow. Mike Gouch, though, 861, 159 on his turboed Hayabusa. I don't know how he could maintain concentration on the starting line with the popcorn machine going off over here in the right lane. That's crazy. But it's also super fast. If you were watching it, that thing gained a ton of mile an hour in the last 300 feet. Very powerful Mazda. So once again, drivers and or driver representatives, 5 minutes before we do a chip draw. We can't do a chip draw if you're not there, so we can't determine our first round and set up ladders. So drivers, Rockstar drivers or Rockstar driver representatives, we need you up at the garage door. There's a pop-up up there with a table, poker chips on it. We're going to do the chip draw. We're going to establish the ladders for round one, and then I will be calling you back before 2 o'clock to get into staging. We'll get you laddered up with your partners, and we'll go with round one. Hopefully we'll start that at 2 o'clock. So we got a lot to do in the next hour or less to get cars into the lanes properly staged for round one, but we need to do our chip draw first. So come right on, Rockstar's drivers or Rockstar driver representatives. Come right on. The garage doors right in front, right up there by registration, just a little east, about 50 feet east. There's a pop-up down there with a table underneath it, got poker chips on it. Nate Bremer starts his wheel stand about 400 feet out. Well, it's less than that, probably 250 feet out. Got it, I don't know, a foot high. That's got to feel crazy when you're going well over 100 miles an hour. He got out of it, pedaled it real good, or chicken winged it, whatever you want to say. Unbelievable, the power in that motorcycle. Nate Bremer, quite the rider. Boy, that Demon is no slouch either. 950, 144. He's gone 948 earlier. That thing really gets with the program, too. So they're doing the chip draw right now, determining ladders and whatnot. I took a quick lunch, had myself a delicious apple, but if I wasn't dieting, I would be down at the Quarter Mile Cafe getting something real good to eat. I would like a double cheeseburger, and I would love to try some of the new waffle fries. But not on my diet, so I can't be doing that. Give me some of them dessert, apple dessert deals too. Apple dessert triangles, whatever they are, puffs. Basically apple pie filling inside of a pastry. I think they have icing on them to boot. Fantastic. Good stuff down there. All kinds of ice cream stuff. Frozen treats. Just flat out good food down there at the Quarter Mile Cafe. Get down there and help yourself. Order up what you can. Pizzas. New item, Gino's Pizzas, local pizza place here. Just all kinds of good things to eat. And don't forget to satisfy your thirst. It's afternoon, adult beverage time. All kinds of beers down there, seltzers, teas. Check the menu out while you're down there and order up what you want. Don't forget the Busch Light Apple Special that's going on. While supplies last, you can get two of those, two 12-ounce Busch Light apples for $4. So upcoming events, if it's your first time here at the Rock, after today's ROCKSTARS, our 8th Mile Heads Up inaugural event, tomorrow we have Muscle Car Shootout. If you like the old muscle car era cars, tomorrow will be the day for you. Come on out and watch those or participate. Following weekend, we have bracket races number 3 and 4 for our Sunoco bracket racing series, point series that is. Weekend after that, we have our inaugural Amber Green event. Amber Green event. Amber Green is what this track used to be called way back when in the 70s and into the 80s. Before it became Rock Falls Raceway. So we have a special event for cars from 1966 or 67 up through 79 or 80. Something like that. We're going to give that a try, kind of a throwback to the olden days. I think the weekend after that might be Father's Day. Might be a weekend off, and then at the end of June we have the Badger Classic, which is a fantastic race we've been having for years out here, featuring stock, super stock cars and all kinds of, let's see, there's some index racing that goes on. Just a fun event. And that is where we will be doing our drawing for the Cause for Celebrations. That is a charitable organization here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin that we support, and we're selling raffle tickets for their raffle that they're doing to raise money. That includes a $5,000 grand prize, a $1,000 second prize, or a $500 third prize. Those tickets are available in registration. They're $20 a piece. Get yourself 5 of them for $100. It's a charitable donation when you start doing your taxes. And we'll have that drawing here on June 27th. I believe that's Saturday of the Badger Classic around 5 p.m. And someone's going to leave, hopefully that's on site, with $5,000. Otherwise, I think they do make a phone call because your phone number ends up on the entry for the raffle. So, and Cause for Celebrations, that's the name of the charity, and they distribute their funds to needy charitable organizations here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. So all the money you donate stays within the community, and that's what we like about Cause for Celebrations. Please support the raffle. Get down there to registration and buy some raffle tickets. Test and tuners, roll right on up, lanes 1 and 2. Test and tuners, roll right on up, lanes 1 and 2. We'll take you. Lanes are wide open. We'll keep running you up until we get ready to do our track prep before our 2 p.m. first round start. So we got over a half an hour of running cars. Well, actually 20 minutes before we get ready and start doing a little track prep before round 1. Get the starting line broomed and groomed. We'll do a little spraying, a little dragging. We'll get it all handled. attention to our spectators. Attention to our spectators. If you have misplaced your phone, we found one on the bleachers. And if you're a fan of Pontiac Venturas, that might help determine who has lost their phone. We have it in registration, so if you want to claim that, we have a phone in registration that can be claimed if you are missing your phone. And like I say, if you're a fan of Pontiac Venturas, it looks like a 71 or 72. We have that in registration. So, and it was found in the bleachers. So I'm guessing it's a spectator we have that's here enjoying the day. The phone fell out of their pocket, but we got it for you. You don't have to worry anymore. It's in registration. Cruise on in there, claim your phone, and check out some of the merchandise in there. A lot of cool shirts and all kinds of merchandise for you. As we like to say, it's never too early to shop for Christmas. Pick up something for your loved ones and get that task taken care of. And don't be like me and wait till the last minute. So we like to get the junior dragsters at least wrangled before we send big cars down. So if we could get who's ever in charge of those to get their junior dragsters all trailered up and headed on back to the pits so we can run big cars, that would be very much appreciated. Just a reminder, even if you're on the other side of the track, 10 miles an hour, not 25. 10 miles an hour, the speed limit here, even if you're on a scooter. Please. So attention test and tuners, attention test and tuners. I'm going to shut the lanes down for a little while. We're getting ready to start our first round for ROCKSTARS. With that, I will make a call for One Guy's Garage Small Tire, lanes 3 and 4. Y'all know you're on a ladder. We'll get you figured out and help you get sorted for that. So One Guy's Garage Small Tire, lanes 3 and 4 still. None of that's going to change. And all steel, all glass will take you to 5 and 6. Kind of want to hang back as we get you paired up, and then you can pull forward. Unless you know who you're with and you're coming up at the same time, then you can just roll into the lanes. I assume everybody knows who they're paired up with since we all had a chip draw and you all met each other. And I imagine lane choice was determined at that time. So and I think I have it in my hand here. Danny Keyseth will square off against Kyle Wayne. Michael Bendel will square off with Joe Clayson. Mike Aliff and Brian Godecki. Nathan Shaw and Cole Carpenter. Those are your pairings in round 1 of small tire. Come right on to lanes 3 and 4, small tire. Same goes for all steel, all glass. Take you to 5 and 6. Stock Block Factory Street, you are on alert. I think that was our last test and tune for a little bit here. We're going to do starting line preparation. Getting ready for round 1 of ROCKSTARS. Round 1 eliminations coming up for ROCKSTARS. The call has gone out for small tire and for all steel, all glass. We have ladders in the lanes. If you forgot who you're racing, we'll get you squared away. Get you matched up, get ready to come out for round 1. And our pairings in all steel, all glass. Are as follows. David Senderhoff Jr. against Bruce Kramer. Lucas Burrs against Brian Markey. Steve Carson versus Zach Lawrence. Eric Hake versus Brian D. And I'm sorry, Eric. Eric Bajurkatude versus Nick Enberg and Mike Sterling. Looks like he has a broke by. So we'll go with that for now. But we need you in the lanes so we can get you paired up and ready for round 1. Small tire and all steel, all glass. Come right on. As we're getting our staging lanes filled and everyone paired up, it looks like we're just about ready to get started. In fact, we're going to get started here pretty quickly. I'm going to play the national anthems, and we will get going. So at this point, here comes the Canadian anthem. That'll be followed by our national anthem. And now, if you are able, please stand and remove your hats for our national anthem. All right, let's go racing. ROCKSTARS 8th Mile Heads Up Style. The inaugural ROCKSTARS event here coming at you from Rock Falls Raceway. We thank each and every one of you for being here, whether you're spectating, participating, crewing, everything in between. Round one coming at you, small tires coming out. First pair, going to be a good one right off the bat. Cole Carpenter and Nathan Shaw, as luck would have it, two of the fastest cars in small tire, going to be the first pair out. Wow. Nathan Shaw going to be in the left lane, piloting the 71 Nova. Cole Carpenter over here right side in the 89 Mustang bright orange. Pulling into the water box, ready to do some burnouts. Couple of 4-second contenders coming up right now. As we are pulling our small tire cars up, I will take stock block to lanes 3 and 4. ProBlast Technologies stock block, I'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. Both cars are pre-staged. They spool them up, bump them in. Off they go. Give the win. Wow, they don't get much closer. Cole Carpenter takes the win. Nathan Shaw had over 20 thou advantage on the starting line, goes 479 at 156, but Cole Carpenter goes 471 at 151, gets there by 600ths for the win. Cole Carpenter moving on to round 2, taking out a big hitter round 1. Next pair, Danny Keeseth, left side. Keeseth in the 91 Mustang. Going to be taking on Kyle Wayne. Wayne out of Ramsey, Minnesota in that 68 Camaro. Beautiful car. I believe another pair of 4-second contenders here. Again, we both pre-stage them up. Wayne spools his up. Danny Keeseth jumps the gun. Hands the win over to Kyle Wayne. Wayne showing some big steam. 454 at 164. Might have been too much for Keeseth to handle. But Keeseth, like I say, jumped the gun, left too early. Kyle Wayne moving on to the next round. Next pair coming at you. Mike Aliff. Left side. Right side, Brian Godecki. Godecki out of Canada. Aliff, local. Godecki, not the cleanest run, but good enough to get by Aliff. Aliff, a little sluggish. Goes 580, at 130. Godecki, 506 at 124. A lot left in that. I saw some wet pipes out of the zoomies, so he was missing cylinders. Had the better reaction time. Godecki gets it done. Left side in Fanglia. Taking on Joe Clayson. Clayson over here right side in that 69 Camaro. Clayson out of Pequot Lakes, Minnesota. Bendel out of Stoddard, Wisconsin. In that 48 Anglia. Oh, and the Fanglia goes skyward, puts it on, well, he doesn't have a rear bumper, but he put it as far back as he could without flipping it over. Give the win to Joe Clayson, as he is 529 at 133. Again, not the cleanest run he's had, but good enough to get to the next round. Joe Clayson moving on as Michael Bendel tries to flip it. So Mike Sterling receiving a competition bye or a broke bye, however you want to call it that. His opponent couldn't make first round or chose not to, one of the two. So Mike Sterling's going to be moving on to round 2, and that's 68 Barracuda. But I'm guessing he's going to put on a show. Did a nice burnout. Let's see a big wheel stand. Carries him out about 80 feet. Been the same run every time. This thing could run in brackets. Holy cow. 517, 133, almost 134 miles an hour. Mike Sterling moving on. Next pair coming up, David Senderhout Jr., left side, Bruce Kramer, right side. Senderhout Jr. in the 86 Mustang, Kramer in the 41 sedan over here, right side. Kramer first to pre-stage. Looks like we're ready to go. Couple of nitrous entries here. Oh! Bruce Kramer was not ready. That's all you can say about that. David Senderhout Jr., though, was ready and throws down 487, 147. Decent reaction time, gets there by over a second. As Kramer missed it or wasn't ready, like I said, and then just didn't have enough. Next pair up, Eric Hake in that 72 Monte Carlo left side. Brian DePaulus, right side in the 2000 S10. Off they go. Wow, side by side all the way down. Give the win to Brian DePaulus. 006 on the tree. Goes 458 at 160 miles an hour. Eric Hake, 466 with a 7, also 160 miles an hour. A little quicker 60-foot time, and that ended up to be almost all the difference at the finish line. Much, much better reaction time also coming from DePaulus. Eric B. That's what I'm going with. Eric B. left side. I've butchered his name enough today. That 2000 Camaro out of North Branch, Minnesota. Squaring off with Nick Enberg out of Big Lake, Minnesota, in his 64 Malibu SS. Big reaction time advantage going to Enberg, going to turn it into a win. Gets out of it, coasts across the finish line. We're not sure if it was just him getting out of it or if something went away. We're going to run down there and take a look, but Enberg moves on. So we saw a puff of smoke come out of Enberg's car right around the finish line. I can see Enberg coming back down the return road, stopping at the time slip booth, so I'm assuming there's nothing out there. And we're ready for the next pair. And I hear engines fire up, so we must be. So I should have stock block and factory street in the staging lanes, paired up, ready to go. You'll follow out. All steel, all glass. Getting the bye for this round, odd number of cars. Steve Carson stages it up, lets it go on a good one. Got out of the groove, put it sideways, lifted to go 487 at 133. So I think we have one pair left, if I got this all. Yeah, we have one pair left, Lucas Burrs and Brian Markey. And that will complete this round of all steel, all glass. Lucas Burr's left side, that's a 65 Nova. Over here, right side, that is Brian Markey. That's 72 Camaro. Another great matchup here. A couple of fast cars. Lucas Burrs sure can drive in and out of the throttle, lifting the tires each time. Gets it done, 482 at 152 miles an hour. A little tardy on the tree, but no matter. He had plenty of power to make up for it. Markey went 701 at 69 miles an hour. Had trouble getting off the line and then spun a little bit further down the track and then came to a rest. So we'll run down there and check out what's going on with Brian. And then we will figure out what we need to do to get him off the track before we continue on in the next class, which will be stock block. So initial report is broken drivetrain. So we'll have to get Brian towed off the track one way or the other. Very unfortunate. And we have Brian under tow. We're just making sure there's no fluid where he came to a rest. And it looks like we should be good once we get Brian off the racing surface, so we can get our stock block cars saddled up and ready to go, I think. So it's been long enough. We should have everybody in the lanes that needs to be in the lanes, be it Factory Street or Stock Block. Factory Street wise, looks like we're missing 3 cars, but I don't know if they decided to compete or not. So it looks like Stock Block is coming out next. But Factory Street, you should all be in the lanes. You actually should have been in the lanes earlier. So I have 6 on my ladder. I see 3 in the lanes. But I know sometimes not everybody shows up for first round. So Factory Street, I'll say final call. I don't know. We want to have everybody run, but you should be in the lanes. You've had plenty of time to get up here. Stock Block coming out next, though, round 1. And taking the odd lot by, Lance Suasina drew the bye. Going to move on to the next round, but gets a free lap. Off he goes. Was a clean lap till he got about 250 feet, and then adhesion went away, something. Applied too much power. Ends up going 607 at 122 miles an hour. Moving on to round 2. Next pair coming out, Ryan Van Pruyen and Ryan Humes. Humes over here right side in the Mustang. Van Pruyen left side in the 97 GSX. Needs to give it one more bump. Got it in. Off they go. Ooh, and something came apart on Van Pruyen's car. I saw something come out from underneath it as Humes goes on down the track. 525 at 141. We'll run on down there. I don't see any fluid, but I did see some parts come out. Drivetrain related, no doubt, because he was on a pass and then it just gave up. Oh, that's not a good report. Again, catastrophic failure from the drivetrain. I don't know if we can even push this one off. So we may have to get the rollback out there, and we'll see what's going on. Get it moved out as quickly as possible. Yeah, upon closer inspection, I can see this thing let go like 10 feet out, and a lot of fluid came out with it. I believe it's a differential from what the reports are.
Yellow cap right there on the
So while we're getting this car off the track, probably a good time to head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe, get yourself something good to eat, get yourself something refreshing to drink, or you might even have time to stop by the registration and head on in and check out some merchandise, do a little shopping. This is going to be kind of a tough one to figure out. Because reports are the differential is no longer attached to the car, so we'll see what we can do, and we'll get it done as quickly as possible. Want to thank our sponsors once again for the ROCKSTARS event, including Twin Cities Performance, ProBlast Technology out of Keewatin, Minnesota, USA Electric Incorporated, and One Guy's Garage Custom Fabrication out of Morristown, Minnesota. Otherwise, always a good sign when you see the tractor come out. We're getting towards the end of the cleanup. I don't know what kind of differential was in that thing. If it was a factory one, wow. They don't hold a lot of fluid, but it lost all of it. We got it up. Now we're going to do a little drag. We'll probably do a little spray, then a little redrag, and then we'll be back to competition. So you got time if you want to head over to the Quarter Mile Cafe and take advantage of that Bush Light Apple Special. You get two 12-ounce Bush Light apples for $4. Two for $4. You can't beat that. In my review of the Quarter Mile Cafe's menu, I forgot to mention we have the best cheese curds in Wisconsin here. All you got to do is order them up. Absolutely the best cheese curds in the state of Wisconsin, which means the best cheese curds in the world, no doubt. And they are Ellsworth cheese curds. That's what makes them the best. So stop on over, order up a batch. I think we have the all clear from starter Mark, ready to fire cars up, send them down. This is stock block, I believe, coming out. Yeah, stock block coming out. Factory Street, you should all be in the lanes. Should have been there a while ago. I see you're all there now, so great. You'll follow stock block.
Window for this left-hand car.
left side, and that's 78 Monte Carlo. Adam Rohrbacher over here right side is 71 Nova. Miller out of Lino Lakes, Minnesota. Rohrbacher out of Moundsview, Minnesota. Not too far apart. And they're ready. Off they go. Great launch by Miller. Another great wheelie. Miller gets it done, 577 at 119 miles an hour. Rohrbacher, I don't think could grab the track as good as he wanted to on the hit. Nitrous cars are pretty demanding, didn't get it done. Randy Miller moving on. Zach Lawrence now left side in that 89 Mustang. Mike Feich? We'll go with that. Could be Mike Feich. Over here, right side, 78 Malibu. Malibu made a much better pass, but Lawrence shot out like a cannon. 519, 118 gets it done as Feich goes 586, 124, ends up almost a second behind. Lawrence with a much better reaction time. Lawrence moving on to the next round. And that is it, I believe, for Stock Block. Coming out next, Factory Street. And as they say in racing, 2 goes down, only 1 comes back. 3 pair in Factory Street. And with that, if there's any test and tuners out there, we'll take you back to 1 and 2. Test and tuners, you can come on back to 1 and 2. Keep the track warm for us between rounds. I'll be calling cars back in about 45 minutes. We'll see how long this round takes. Arian Perkins, left side. Dan Geffrey over here, right side. This is a twofer. Whoever wins this one gets a bye to the semis. The way the ladder falls. Geffrey in the 20 Charger. He's an elevator mechanic out of Ramsey, Minnesota. Perkins out of Eau Claire, professional race car driver. No, I don't have a profession for him. I'm making that up. ZL1, I think, might have the performance advantage over the Track Pack 392 Hemi. Let's watch and see. Big reaction time advantage going to the Charger. Not going to hold off. Perkins takes the win, moves on, and by virtue of the bye will be in the semifinals, I believe. Yeah, that puts Perkins in the semifinals. Next pair coming up. Mark Morris, left side in the Challenger Scat Pack. Michael Sipper, right side over here, another ZL1 Camaro. To Michael Sipper, he had the better reaction time of the two. Definitely had the better ET, 6 flat at 120 miles an hour, one of his better passes on the day. Morris, a little tardy on the tree, and how do we say, brought a knife to a gunfight. How's that? Sipper moving on. Sipper's going to square off against the winner of this pair, Chad Miska. That's the best I can do there, Chad. Sorry. Taking on Alex Yang. Yang out of Chippewa Falls in the BMW. And give the win to Chad Miska. Had the worst reaction time, but significantly faster. Gets it done in the Corvette. And with full exhaust, as sometimes happens, the BMW put a bunch of tailpipe water on the track. Starter Mark mopping that up, getting it all clean. And we're going to go into test and tune for a little bit. We got, let's see, 45 minutes before we start calling cars back to the lanes for round 2. So stand by. Like I say, stop by the Quarter Mile Cafe. Get yourself something good to eat. I miss it. Nate Bremer gets a hold of the track and a hold of the bike and just basically hangs on dearly. 736 at 183.6 miles an hour on a motorcycle that's just twitching all the way down the track. That was just flying. He goes 470 at 149, we'll call it 150 in the eighth. 470 in the eighth. Nate Bremer, wow, that's all I can say. Wow, every time he goes down the track, what an awesome pass by Nate Bremer. before this next round, about 20 minutes before I call cars to the lanes, before this next round, if you got some time, head on over to registration, go inside, check out the merchandise available to you from Rock Falls Raceway. All kinds of nice apparel and other items in there. Also, while you're in registration, you can pick up your raffle tickets for Cause for Celebrations. That's a local organization, local charitable organization that distributes monies out to other charitable organizations here right in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. So $20 a piece for lottery tickets. You can win either $5 grand, $1 grand, or $500, half a grand. And you don't have to be here to win the money, but if you are, it just makes for a better deal. We do the drawing here June 27th during the Badger Classic, and it's a cool deal if someone is here when they win that big grand prize. Again, $20 a ticket, or I believe they sell 5 for $100. 10 for $200, however many you want, they got them. Arian Perkins, if you would come back to your vehicle, please. Arian Perkins, we need you at your vehicle. Someone will be there to meet you. So Arian Perkins with the ZL1, I believe. One of the ZL1 Camaros. If you would come to your vehicle, someone will be there to meet you. We would appreciate it very much. Once again, Arian Perkins, we need you to show up at your vehicle. We got someone coming down there to see you. Test and tuners, if you want to get a pass in before we go to the next round, this would be the time to make your way up to the staging lanes. About 10 minutes left, and I'll be calling cars back to the staging lanes for round 2. So, as I always say in the morning, use your time appropriately and wisely. As again, I'll be calling round 2 winners back to the lanes in about 10 minutes, actually 8 minutes I'll be calling you back. Of course, when I do that, we're going to shut down the lanes for test and tuners because we're going to do some track prep on the starting line as we've been doing all day long. Keep this show rolling. We appreciate all the spectators that came out today. We hope we're putting on a decent show. We're trying to run through this as quickly as we can to keep you entertained. It's just been some fantastic racing at the inaugural ROCKSTARS event here at Rock Falls Raceway. So we got to run on down and wrangle our juniors off the return road before we send big cars down. So sit tight there, Mr. Weber. Appreciate you being here. And Phil. I'm sorry, Phil. I didn't know you rode a bike. But you are riding one wild bike. I will say that. Getting it done. Hope you're having a good time here today. Again, appreciate you being here. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take small tire to lanes 3 and 4, round 2, or round 1 winners, round 2 competitors. I'll take you to lanes 3 and 4, and all steel, all glass. I will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Winners will take you there. I got 4 coming back. Yeah, I have 4 coming back in small tire, and I have 1, 2, 6 coming back in all steel, all glass. So I'll take those drivers back to the lanes. And of course, that will put Factory Street and Stock Block on alert for your second round. From first round, 4 of you. Take you to 3 and 4. All steel, all glass winners take you to 5 and 6. Small tire winners are Kyle Wayne, square off against Joe Clayson. And Brian Godecki will square off against Cole Carpenter. Little bonus exhibition pass coming up here. 476, 155 miles an hour. Wow. That is something when you can coast to a 774 at 136. 476 at 155. Fantastic. So in all steel, all glass, pairings will be Senderhout Jr. versus Burrs. And that is a twofer right there. Whoever wins that race gets a bye. I'm going to say to the final. Yeah, there'll be 3 left. You'll get the bye to the final. So Senderhout Jr. and Burrs, that is a twofer. Carson takes on DePaulus. Enberg takes on Sterling. I get everybody? Three pairs, six cars, yeah. So we're going to do some preparation on the starting line as we're loading the lanes up, and a fantastic show so far. I see some of the participants filtering out. The lanes are closed for test and tune right now while we prep up the starting line and before we run round 2. But as some people are leaving out, we thank you for being here. Thanks for coming out, spending your day with us. Hope you had a good time. And as always, we look forward to the next time you come back to Rock Falls Raceway. Looks like we have half of our small tire cars back, and we also have half of our ASAG cars back. So we need 2 small tire cars and 3 ASAG cars. Would appreciate if you'd make it back fairly quickly so we can stay on schedule. We're going to try and see if we can spin the semifinal around for ASAG. If we can spin that around quick enough, we're going to run all of our finals at the same time. That may happen before 7 o'clock. If we can do that, it would be great. But it's all on our ASAG competitors because they're the only ones with an extra round of racing.
All right, Joe. So Tim is here.
Looks like we're missing one ASAG car. Let me see if I can figure out who it is. I know we had somebody break. Looks like Clayson broke in small tire.
218, I believe it's the green Chevy 2. That's the
Oh,
one I don't see.
very good. Yeah, the green Chevy 2. Boy, if I was good with names. Oh, that's Lucas Burrs. Lucas Burrs, we need you back to the staging lanes. Here he comes. He's on his way, so I think we can turn loose. We're only going to have one pair in small tire, and the winner of that pair between Brian Godecki and Cole Carpenter is going to come back and face off against Wayne in the final. And again, ASAG cars, if you could figure out a way to spin the semifinal around as quickly as possible so we can get everybody on the same page and run all 4 finals at the same time, that would be awesome. And we're just trying to coordinate how to do all this. We got the ASAG cars have 1 extra round, and we're just trying to get them all caught up. And we really don't want to wait until 7 o'clock to run all of those. So if you guys can figure out a way to get them cooled and fueled and back for that semifinal round. I know from looking at the ladder, the winner of Senderhout Jr. and Burrs is going to get the bye to the final. So it won't be tough to turn that deal around. So the other 4 competitors, whoever wins there, those 2 winners, if you can come back and run that semifinal beforehand, that would be awesome. If not, understood. But we still need to line up all the finals at the same time. We're going to run all 4 finals at the same time. Then the winners are going to come down the return road here to the front of, or the base of the tower, and we're going to do some interviews with our new camera system. Hopefully everything goes flawless. Of course it will. I hear thunder in the pipes. That means Cole Carpenter or Brian Godecki getting ready to run. Kyle Wayne already going to be in the final. He's going to square off against the winner of these 2. Team Canada over their left side, that's Brian Godecki, and that Nova. Right side, Team USA. Cole Carpenter out of Forest Lake, Minnesota. Godecki out of, oh boy, Ontario. I'm going to do my best here. Shania. I'll go with Shania. Ontario, Canada. All right, and they both pre-staged. Godecki's in. Carpenter bumps it in. Tree's fired. Pretty close the whole way down. give the win to Cole Carpenter, excuse me. Cole Carpenter gets it done, 471, 154.90, gets there by a tenth and a half. Identical reaction times. Both drivers go 057 on the tree. Godecki just doesn't have enough to get there. Goes 487 at 144. Carpenter going to square off against Wayne in the final of small tire. Cole Carpenter running like a bracket car. So with staging lanes 3 and 4 open, I will definitely take stock block. I'll take stock block to 3 and 4. Factory Street, you can make your way up to 5 and 6, because I don't think we'll confuse you with all steel, all glass cars that are there. I think there's only 3 of you. So Factory Street and stock block will take you back to the lanes. As coming out now, ASAG, all steel, all glass, and the first pair out, again, that's a twofer. Whoever wins this round gets a bye to the final between Senderhout Jr. and Burrs. Lucas Burrs going to be in the left lane out of Rothsay, Minnesota. David Senderhout Jr. going to be right side out of Zimmerman in his 86 Mustang. Burrs in that 65 lime green Nova. Probably a fancy name for that green color on Burr's car, but I'm a simple man. I call it lime green. This is a big one. Again, whoever wins here gets a bye to the final. And Burrs rocks out of the beams as the tree fires, gives him an automatic red. Senderhout Jr. goes 477 at 148. That's a heck of a pass. And that will put David into the final and we'll find out who he faces in a round, but let's get to that first. Next pair coming out. Mike Sterling, left side, that Barracuda. Taking on Nick Enberg. Enberg in the 64 Chevelle SS, right side. Enberg wasn't happy with this burnout. I think he's backing up into the water. He's going to re-burn, which is exactly what he's doing. I can't see from here. I can't see that part of the track from where my perch is up here in the crow's nest. Satisfied with that burnout, we'll begin the staging process. Enberg can't hook it up. Give the win to Mike Sterling. Sterling goes 5:19 at 1:34 in the Barracat. Enberg tried to catch up, but just like I say, he lost traction at the initial hit and could not make it up. Sterling moving on. Sterling will square off with the winner of this in the semifinal round, this next matchup. And then whoever wins that race will square off against Sanderhout Jr. in the final. So Steve Carson, left side out of New Ulm, and that's 68 Nova, right side. Brian DePaulus in a gorgeous S10. I like my race cars red. And this one is all red. Very fast S10. And consistent. Both pre-staged, they'll spool them up and bump them in. Looks like DePaulus got the jump, and he's going to hold him off. He does. 4:58, 1:59. 007 light for DePaulus. He's 006 the round before. That last bump, he gets it in kind of deep. If he wanted a better ET, he could stage it shallower, but who knows? Who cares? A win's a win. Wow, that's awesome. Carson, not bad. He was okay on the tree. Went 496 at 145. A stout pass, but nothing to compare to Brian DePaulus. So we should have stock block and factory street in the lanes. Four cars remain in stock block. Three cars remain in factory street. So we have a report of some fluid coming out of, I think, Carson's Nova. At least on the top end. We'll take a look at the track, make sure there's nothing there. If there is, we'll get it cleaned up. If there isn't, we'll continue racing. Starter Mark checking it out, making sure everything is safe for us. So they're kind of dropping like flies. We're supposed to have 4 come back. We only have 3 can't come back. Randy Miller can't answer the bell, so Ryan Hume's going to get a free pass to the final. And Sosina going to square off against Zach Lawrence, Lance Sosina. Lawrence over their left side in the Mustang. Lance over here right side, and that Colorado. Off they go. Lawrence in control, gets it done. 5:16, 144. As Lance goes 6:05 at 123, a distant second place. Lawrence will square off against Ryan Humes in the final of stock block. So we'll have a pair of Mustangs in the final. Off goes Ryan. That's a good one, I'll tell you that. 5:13, 143. We got a heck of a final coming up in stock block. 5:13 for Humes. I think it was a 5:14 for Lawrence. Going to be a close race. If they both get down the track, it's going to all depend on reaction time. That's fantastic. And now we're ready for Factory Street. Perkins has a bye. I'm thinking he's not running it. So Sipper is going to square off against Mizka.
Factory Street, semi-final coming in to the water rock.
Mizka over their left side in that Corvette. Sipper taking an interesting line after his burnout over into the gravel. Well off the racing groove. I think these are both supercharged engines. And they're in. And they're off. Mizka had the jump, but can't finish it as Sipper spots him 2/10 on the starting line and then runs him down to take the stripe by 1800ths. Wow. Sipper moving on to the final, going to square off with Perkins. That was quite a race. I got my ladder wrong. It's Dan Gefra going to be in the final against Sipper. He takes the bye. coasts on down the track. He's going to have a tough time matching up with Sipper after that 599 by Sipper. So I apologize for getting it wrong on my ladder. But we got it all squared away now. Gefra and Sipper in the final of Factory Street. Lawrence and Humes in the final of Stock Block. We have 3 cars left in ASAG, and in the final of Small Tire, Cole Carpenter and Kyle Wayne. So what we would like to do is if we could get that those 3 cars back in all street, all glass, and run that semifinal up so we can get all of our finals ready to go. We'll run all of our finals at the same time, and then, like I say, we'll just have a parade coming on down of winners for interviews in front of the tower here. Instead of, if you win, instead of turning into the pits, you'll just come straight down the return road, and we'll be doing live video or live feed video on these interviews. So something new, something one of us in the tower has been clamoring for. And like I say, I'm sure technology-wise, everything's going to work flawlessly, and you'll be able to, if you're watching on the live feed, you'll be able to see the interviews we do at the end of the races. Usually it's only audio you hear, but now you're going to have video and audio. So just an added feature here at Rock Falls Raceway. We're always looking to improve things for our spectators, not only here at the track, but at home on the live feed. Otherwise, test and tuners, come right on. Test and tuners, come right on. We'll send you down the track. Staging lanes are wide open for test and tune. And again, our semi-finalists in all steel, all glass. Brian DePaulis and Mike Sterling. And if Senderhout Jr. wants to make a buy run, that's wonderful too. But if you guys could spin them around fairly quickly, that'd be great. Otherwise, we're just kind of playing it by ear now. We still have quite a few spectators here, and we just want to keep the show rolling for them. Appreciate you staying with us all day. Hope you enjoyed your afternoon here at the track. Turning into early evening. And we'd love to get these finals run off before you decide you need to go home. Kurt Anderson making another test hit. Trying to get things figured out. Not quite there yet. Don't forget that Busch Light Apple special going on. 2 12-ounce cans for $4. You can't beat that deal. While supplies last. So we're trying to see if we have interest in running that semifinal of all steel, all gas. I'm sorry, all steel, all glass. Mike Sterling and Brian DePaulis are the only pair there. If I got my stuff right, yeah. So I could put a soft call out if you guys want to race each other. We'll send you down, see who's going to square off in the final. Against Senderhout Jr. Like I say, all we're trying to do is just line up all 4 finals at the same time. We have 3 finals waiting, and we just had an extra round or of all steel, all glass cars, and we're just trying to get that squared up, shored up, so we can run those finals. Well, we still have spectators here to watch and enjoy this high test competition we have going on. So I just got word that we're going to run that ASAG semifinal at 5:10. 5:10. So I'll call you to the lanes about 5 o'clock just in case you forget. That's in 15 minutes. We appreciate your cooperation there, gentlemen. So all steel, all glass semifinal. We'll run that at 5:10. And the time for the finals to be named later or to be determined. Probably closer to 6 o'clock or a little after. Test and tune. Lanes are open. Lanes are open for test and tune. So come on down, test and tune. Lanes are wide open. All right, I will take the all steel, all glass semifinal to the lanes, please. All glass, all steel semifinalists. I'll take you to the lanes. We're doing starting line prep right now. Once again, all steel, all glass semifinal. I'll take you to the lanes. So we have our semifinalists in the lanes. We got the starting line prepped, ready to go. I think we'll send the ASAG cars before we send anybody else down the track. At least that's the plan. So it looks like here they come, all steel, all glass, semifinal. Mike Sterling going to be left lane, Brian DePaulis going to be right lane. That's the only competitive pair this round of 3. Whoever wins that round will come back and face off against Senderhout Jr. So let's get to racing. Burnout's complete. On paper, DePaulis has a significant ET and reaction time advantage going for him. Been 006, 007. Been going 450s. Sterling, been going 5 teens. Super consistent. Let's see what happens on the starting line, because we don't run them on paper here at Rock Falls Raceway. We run them down the racetrack. And give the win to DePaulis, 457, 160 miles an hour. Mike Sterling, 518, 133. He did all he could. He staged it up as quick as he could, trying to get the advantage there. DePaulis, did what he needed to do. Sterling 20 green, DePaul 34 green. DePaul coming back, going to square off with David Senderhout Jr. in the final. Senderhout Jr. looks like he wants to run the right lane. I think if he wants to maintain lane choice, he'll have to go 34, well, he'll have to go 33 or better. So let's see what happens. All right, I think we'll have to run down and do some checking on that one. He put it up on the wheelie bars. No wheelie bars. He put it up very high, came down really hard, had some fire under the hood, got back after it, and then it sounded like it just kind of didn't want to go. So let's see what we got going on here. We'll check things out. A little scrape in the track. I don't see any fluid out there, but we may want to run down and just double check and see what did or didn't happen. We'll certainly look at the car at the end of the track, make sure nothing's leaking. But what a launch. Wheels up, carrying them. For Senderhout Jr. It might be Senderhoff. I couldn't read that, but wouldn't be the first time we couldn't decipher a tech card. Anyways, we're going back to test and tune. We have all of our finals lined up, and I'll be calling you back as soon as I get the word. That was a great launch by Dallas Hansen. Wheels up, straight and true, 898, 144. One of his better passes. Test and Tune continues. Come right on with Test and Tune. Little grudge race going on there. 006 light over here right side, but 496 for the ET left side getting there first. Pretty even in 60 foot. Then the Mustang started to pull away by 330. So I think that was Alex Nelson, just went down the right lane in that Chevelle. Anybody in his crew, if there's anybody out there in his crew, got a bunch of fuel. Not a lot, but just enough that it's bothersome dripping out of the gas tank when he takes off. So I don't know if the gas cap fits tightly, obviously not, but you might want to stick a rag in it or something to help secure that. Keep the fuel in the fuel tank, keep it off the racing surface. It'll evaporate. That's not the hugest deal. It wasn't leaking a ton, but something just letting you know, just to make you aware. So we have 4 finals coming up, thousands of dollars to be handed out. Thousands of dollars here at the ROCKSTARS. I should say the inaugural ROCKSTARS here at Rock Falls Raceway. 4 finals coming up, thousands of dollars to be handed out. So we have 4 finals coming up, thousands of dollars to be handed out. Here at the ROCKSTARS here at Rock Falls Raceway. 4 finals coming up, thousands of dollars to be handed out. Here at the ROCKSTARS here at Rock Falls Raceway. So just to give our test and tuners a final update, we'll be running you up until 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., we are going to shut down test and tune, and we are going to do our track prep in preparation for our 4 finalists. And once again, if you win your final, don't go into the pits, just come right on down the return road right in front of everybody. And we will do pictures and interviews in the winner's circle. And they will be videoed as best we know. It'll be a first time for this option, for this feature, let's call it. So we're looking forward to doing that with all of our interviews the rest of the year. You guys who win today will be the first ever to be on a video interview here at Rock Falls Raceway with yours truly. Continuing with the train of thought, as we're going to run test and tune up until 6. Just before 6, I will be calling, well, I guess at 6, I'll be calling all of our finalists back to the lanes. And once we are done with track prep, we will be sending down our 4 finals to put a bow on this, what's turning out to be a beautiful day. It's been cloudy all day long. Sun's starting to break out now. Been decent temperatures, hasn't been too hot, hasn't been too cold. Just a wonderful day to be at the racetrack. We're glad you're here with us, experiencing the inaugural ROCKSTARS here at Rock Falls Raceway. So we got about 7 more minutes left. If you want to get one more lap in, come right on, test and tuners. We're running you till 6 o'clock, and then at 6 o'clock I will call for our finalists. So what is it now? 5:55. So 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I will be making the call for our finalists. At 6, we're going to shut down testing and tuning at 6. So if you want to make one more lap, come on up. It's 10 miles an hour. 10 miles an hour still. And then we're going to do our prep to the starting line. We're going to run our 4 finals, and we'll call it a day. Call it a day. So just to make it official, I've been warning you, we're shutting her down at 6 o'clock for test and tune. I'll make a final call for test and tune. Got 2 minutes. If you can get up here, we'll send you down. We'll send you down if you get up here. If you want to make one more hit. Otherwise, in 2 minutes, I'll be calling our finalists. I'll be calling our finalists to the lanes. And just so you know, you'll be in the same lanes. I'm going to call small tire to the front of 3 and 4, and all steel, all glass to the front of 5 and 6, and stock block to the middle, we'll say, of 3 and 4, and factory street to the middle of 5 and 6. We don't need to be super spread out because there's only 8 cars coming back. 2 sets, or I should say 4 sets of 2. And I'll be calling you back up here in about a minute. In about a minute. Nice wheelie off the Demon. Something fell off there. Rock or something. No big deal. Out in the middle there. Ain't going to hurt nothing. 951, 145. And solid mid-9s. 144, 145. And I hear Nate Bremer's motorcycle firing up. One more blast. Looking for 200 miles an hour. Who knows? If he can keep the front wheel down and the back wheel hooked up. He's gone 736 at 183. This is his hero run of the day, last run of the day for Nate. Last run of the day for Test and Tune. I will take all of our finalists back. I'll take all of our finalists back. If you're in a final, come right on. Oh, you had to feather the gas. Pulled the front wheel at about 100 feet and carried it for another 50. Runs it through, goes 755, 167. Definitely sticking, hooking, and booking. Very impressive. Nate is quite the skilled rider, no doubt. Former bike sled champion here. But we'll take our finalists back. We'll take our finalists back, and we'll shut the lanes off. Shut the lanes off for Test and Tune. Small tire will take you to the front of 3 and 4. Stock block will take you to the middle of 3 and 4. All steel, all glass will take you to front of 5 and 6. And Factory Street will take you to the middle of 5 and 6. Or if you guys want, you can all spread out. You can use all 8 lanes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however. We got ladders. We'll sort you out. We'll make sure you race the right person. Concession stand will remain open for, I think, at least a half an hour after we're done racing. So if you want to get something to eat after the ceremonies, or something to drink, more importantly, during the ceremonies, they'll be open for you. We're out there doing some starting line preparation right now. All right, looks like we have all 8 cars back. We'll get them sorted out, lined up as we're finishing our prep on the starting line. I don't have any order per se. So we'll just take you as you come. Just got the word, track's ready. Thousands of dollars on the line. Thousands of dollars. Changing hands between winners, runners-up. Holy cow. So the drivers are hashing out lane choice, flipping coins, arm wrestling, trying to get the lane they want. Some of them are starting to suit up. Once we get a pair that wants to go down the track, we're going to send them. A couple of Mustangs in the stock block. Camaro and a Charger in Factory Street. A lot of Mustangs out there. 4 of the 8 cars are Mustangs. How about that? I'm willing to bet the Mopar out there is the only non-Chevy powered vehicle. Not that it makes any difference. So most of the drivers look like they're starting to get suited up and buckled into their cars. Be coming out for their final round momentarily. Once again, track is ready. Track is ready. So we're getting real close. Looks like small tires ready to go. All steel, all glass ready to go. Factory street looks like they're ready to go, and stock block is just buckling in. So here we go as they make their way into hot stage. We're going to have 4 finals, and we're going to seal up this day with some great racing action.
First up is going to be a small tire final.
So small tire final, excuse me. Small tire final coming out first. Cole Carpenter, I'm going to guess is going to be in the right lane, unless he lost lane choice. Oh, looks like he'll be in the left lane. Again, on paper, looks like Carpenter is at a disadvantage by 1/10.5 as far as best times on the day. But Carpenter has been rock steady, going 470, 471. Kyle Wayne has been as quick as a 453. As I said before, we don't race them on paper here. We send them down the racetrack. I think these are the 2 fastest cars in the class. 2 quickest, anyways. They made their way to the final. Kyle Wayne over there, or over here, right side. Cole Carpenter, left side. Both cars making their way up to their crew chiefs. And then they'll begin the staging process. Reassuring nod to both crew chiefs. They're both pre-staged. They'll spool them up and bump them in. Off they go. Boy, that's as close as you can be side by side. Looks like Wayne going to pull it off, and he does. Separated by only 1 thou on the starting line, or reaction time-wise, 36 to a 37. Cole had the better light, 36. Wayne was right there with a 37. He goes 456 at 163, taking the win by almost 0.2 of a second. Cole Carpenter threw down another 470, 474. At 153 miles an hour, just not enough to get by Wayne. Wayne takes the win. Congratulations, Kyle Wayne. Don't forget, if you win, come on down the return road to the winner's circle in front of the tower. We'll do an interview and a trophy presentation, something like that. All kinds of good stuff. Coming out next, all steel, all glass, Dave Senderhoff Jr. Going to be in the left lane. Brian DePaulis, right side. DePaulis has the quicker of the 2 vehicles as far as what's happened or what's unfolded during the day. as far as time trials went, I'm not sure. I thought Senderhoff had faster run than what they show here on my screen. Anyways, we're going to find out who wins this thing in just a minute or two. DePaulus, super consistent. Senderhoff, big wheelie last time. Had to shut it down, got too high. DePaulus been in the 450s most of the day. Senderhoff purging the nitrous. He'll be first to stage. Oh, DePaulus won't wait for him. He puts it in. Little gamesmanship there. Off they go, and it's over. DePaulus, 20 green, gets a little loose out there. Goes 476, has to shut it down, 137. So I'm guessing they hurt something on Senderhoff's car. They were just out there trying to see if they could get DePaulus to go red or something like that, cross the center line. He didn't. DePaulus, your winner. Brian DePaulus, congratulations. Congratulations, David Senderhoff Jr., on your runner-up finish in all steel, all glass. Coming out next, Factory Street final coming your way. Michael Sipper in the Copo, well, I should say ZL1 Camaro. Right side. Laid down a lap last run. Went 599. If he keeps it hooked up, it's over for Mr. I'm going to say Jeffra. Or Gefra. Over there left side. The Scat Pack Charger. But we'll see. That's why we run the finals. You got favorites and underdogs. Root for yours right now. Mopar versus Chevy on the starting line. Big reaction time advantage goes to the Charger, but he can't hold off Sipper. Sipper stays hooked up. Gets it done. 6:01, 121. And I think Jeffra let out at the end. There was no catching him, so 784 at 89 miles an hour. Congratulations to Michael Sipper. Getting it done. Got that thing ironed out at the end of the day. Really started laying down some good laps. 599 and a 6 flat back-to-back in the semis and the final. Leaves one final left. And that is stock block. Couple of Mustangs coming up here. Zach Lawrence over here in the right lane in the winged Mustang. Ryan Hume's left lane. 93 Mustang. 89 vintage over here right side. And as far as qualifying goes, these were the two fastest cars in their time trials. I know they've done different runs during the day, gone better. Here we go. They're all pre-stage, spooling up, bumping them in. Off they go. Too close to call the starting line and really close at the finish line. Give the win to Ryan Humes. He's 59 green, goes 526 at 141, gets there by 45 thousandths at the finish line. Zach Lawrence, 33 green, had a little bit of an advantage on the starting line and goes 533 to the 526 of Humes. Congratulations goes to Ryan Humes on the win. Congratulations, Zach Lawrence. That was a very close race. So we'll take our winners for pictures and interviews. I'll be down there in just a minute. I'll get our camera switched over. And like I say, we will do our interviews and trophy presentations here momentarily. Give a quick test on this. Okay, that's working. All right, here we are with today's runner-up in Factory Street. Dan Geffrey, God, I have the worst memory. Dan Geffrey, and the only non-GM powered vehicle, I think, in the finals. Mopar Power. I'm Mopar head, so awesome job. Congratulations to you. Had to feel pretty good. You probably knew you were a little underpowered for that final, but you got out first.
Yeah.
You made him work for it a little bit anyways.
I knew he was going to outrun me, so I tried to leave on him, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and but hey, you were in the final, second place, not a bad deal. You get a little bit of a paycheck. That's got to be great. Anybody you want to thank for helping you today or to get here as a whole?
Well, I got to thank my wife, Emma. This is actually her car.
Perfect.
My race car is all taken apart in a million pieces, so I got to use her car today, and it worked out to be a really good day.
Absolutely. Again, inaugural event for us. We're not as experienced as we will be if we keep this going. Hopefully it does. Hope you guys had a good time.
Yeah, it's great. Definitely, I'll be back with the race car once it's all together, and I think it's awesome. It's a really cool event.
Terrific. Congratulations goes out for your runner-up finish.
Thanks.
Picture time.
Let me take a picture, you guys. Travis.
Michael Sipper, our Factory Street champion, just received his Wally and medal for today's win in Factory Street. I'm going to hand you this, ask you a question or two. Fantastic. This thing really started repeating towards the end of the day. Got a handle on things, and it was a class of the field. You made it. You got treated at the end, but it didn't matter because you knew you had the power to outrun them. And you got the thing done, Michael. Congratulations once again on your win. I know you got a handful, but you got to have some words on today's experience.
Absolutely. I got to thank my family and friends and my best friend, Mike Jano, right here. He's a big part of this race team, we'll call it. My wife, my son, Briston, hangs out with us all the time. We got over 350 passes on this car, and this is just phenomenal to be in this position right now. Can't believe it.
No, it's tremendous. This is 2023, is it?
It is, yep.
ZL1. Wow, what a fantastic ride. So
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, it like I said, and it performed so well. Some guys, they ran into some issues. You didn't. You got the job done.
Yep. There was a little bit of tire shake out there today, but we were able to drive through it at the end, and we got it done. So we're happy.
Once again, congratulations, Michael. Let's get some pictures if you're ready for those.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
You bet. All right, here we go. Here we are with Cole Carpenter. One, I give you a hearty handshake and congratulations, runner-up in today's small tire class. Car was very bracket-like, 470s most all day, and very consistent driving, and just fell a little short, basically on power in the end. Mr. Wayne had a little too much, but otherwise, like I say, the car is phenomenal. I like orange. This car is great. You drove very well. How long have you been driving this thing?
I want to say this is my 4th year driving it. I started off in another Mustang street car style when I was in high school and redid that whole thing, and then this thing popped up and we basically sold that car for this thing and redid a bunch of stuff on it, and yeah, I think this is my 4th year driving it now. So it's come a long way from where we started, and it's just super awesome. It's a joyride.
Terrific. How long has your family been doing this?
Oh man, my dad's been doing this for 30 plus years. He used to travel the country all over the place. I mean, he's been through thick and thin and everything. So, I mean, he's been doing it forever. He's kind of grandfathered me into it, and I'm right there with him. It's just super fun. It's an honor.
That is fantastic, and I brought that up because I know Brian Carpenter's name, even in the circuit that I'm in. Very famous for what he's been doing, like you said, for decades. Very fast, very competitive across the nation, and it's nice to see that trickle down. And here you are carrying on the family name and getting into the finals, and it's just terrific. So, other people you want to thank or anything special that happened today you want to share?
I mean, obviously, Mom, Dad couldn't do it without you guys. Gabby, she's been to every single race that ever since we've been together, so couldn't do it without her. I mean, Rob, Lynn, Jake, family, friends. I mean, just everybody. It's just awesome.
It is great to get to share these moments with friends and family. Being in the winner's circle, like I say, came up a little short, but not for lack of try, and that's for darn sure. So congratulations to the whole Carpenter Racing crew. And again, congratulations on your runner-up in small tire. If you got any last words, this is the time to say. It's World Wide Web. I mean, you're covered here.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, yeah, I'll thank Rock Falls Raceway. I mean, we came here with that Saline Mustang a couple years ago, and you guys have put so much work, time, money, and effort into this track. It's just such an awesome facility. Like, everything's clean, concession stands, track was awesome. I mean, just the whole 9 yards. So couldn't thank any of you guys enough. And Kyle Wayne and all those guys that put on this race, it was a great event, and hopefully it continues to grow and can be something that we do for years. So thank you.
Terrific. We appreciate the kind words.
Absolutely. Thanks, man.
We look forward to next time we're doing this.
For sure.
Very good. Picture time. You that? Congratulations, Brian DePaulis, on your win in all steel, all glass. Get your Wally and medal given to you. Big check coming your way too. Congratulations goes out to you. I personally, like I say, I like my race cars red. I like my race trucks red, and this is as red as it goes. This is how I would do something. It's gorgeous truck. Extremely fast, extremely consistent. You've been out here testing, and even on days where things aren't so good, you're the class of the really fast stuff. And it's neat to see you have it pay off for you, getting your testing in and now winning. Got to have some words for us or something on how the day unfolded, and maybe some people you want to thank for today's success.
Yeah, I mean, we unloaded, and right off the trailer, when the fastest truck's ever been, went 4:56, and then grudge raced against a small tire car and just put a little too much power in it. But then after that, we were stuck in the 50s, which is remarkably fast for this truck.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you go 460s on days that aren't nearly as good, and it's nice to see that when they make me do some work on the starting line, it pays off. They put all the work in. They just let me watch and sprinkle stuff. I don't know what I'm doing, but no, I certainly use you as a barometer. When I saw you go 450s, I'm like, wow, he's almost a tenth faster than anything he's done out here. So, and the weather wasn't like that much better. So I'm guessing it was all in the stick, and like I say, we're happy things worked out for you, and most of the competitors, I think, had pretty good success getting off the starting line today.
Yeah, no, the track was a little bit better. It kind of went away a little bit in the groove. I had to move over just a little bit, but I mean, my tuner, Ryan Whitty from High Performance Consulting, gets all the credit. I mean, he's the one that makes it go fast, so he's the best at what he does.
That's terrific. Like I say, this is a fine piece of machinery, and it not only fast but also very consistent. So. Yeah. Good for you. Anybody you want to thank besides your tuner?
Just my wife. She's the one that comes and helps me all the time and helps me go testing. And yeah, without her, I couldn't do it. So.
Absolutely. I like to get the better halves thanked, because it makes the trip home a lot better. That's for sure. Instead of why didn't you? No, I'm joking. That's just terrific. We're happier than heck for you. We're glad you enjoyed yourself here, and hopefully we can do this again sometime.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Great.
Yeah. And thank you to Travis for having us.
All right. And so it's picture time. Come on in here and get your pictures. Congratulations goes out to Ryan Humes, our winner today in stock block. You got your Wally, you got your medal, you got all the glory. Probably some people you probably want to thank, or at least any other comments you have on the first heads-up race we've had here in quite a while here at Rock Falls Raceway.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to have a huge shout out to Comp Turbo. They were able to help me get that turbo this winter, and my friends. This motor and trans was out on the bench last night getting rebuilt, and had a bunch of people show up, get it together, and was able to come here and pull it off. So, and obviously my girlfriend, she supports me through everything. Can't thank her enough.
Again, that's the one you don't want to miss of anything else. You can miss your tuner, I don't care, but get the significant other in there, and everything is happy, certainly on the drive home. Yeah, the car performed well. Consistency-wise, was it up to your expectations?
It exceeded my expectations. This is a brand new build this winter, first event out, hasn't been tested at all, and just made leaps and bounds from last year. So
That's pretty impressive to end up in the winner's circle with the big trophy and the big check, your first time out for the season. So congratulations goes out there, Ryan. Anybody else you want to thank, or anything else you want to add to this great day you had here today at Rock Falls Raceway?
not that I can think of, honestly, just couldn't be happier.
Terrific. Let's get some pictures. Come on. Here he is, today's small tire champion, Kyle Wayne. Congratulations to you, Kyle. We'll get some words from you as, get that Wally up there. That's a good deal. You got the big medal going on here. Who's this?
That's my boy Miller.
Hi, Miller. How are you? You got to be proud of your dad today, huh?
Did we go fast, buddy?
All right, that's okay. We're here to interview Dad. We'll get pictures with you guys later. But yeah, tremendous. Your class of the field. I think you were the fastest car on the property and the quickest car on the property, and the fastest car by a significant mile an hour. So this thing really works. You've got things figured out and consistently fast all day long. So congratulations. That's quite a feat to be, like I say, quickest, fastest, and very consistent the whole day, because a little bit of change in weather conditions and sun, but things worked out for you, and you got it all put together, and here you are with a big check and a big smile, obviously. So
Yep.
got to be some people you want to thank or something else you want to comment about on how the day went.
No, obviously I'm ecstatic. This whole deal, it's a family deal, right? From my wife to grandparents to parents, the whole nine, because we got 2 little rugrats here. So obviously without them, me and the old man couldn't be wrenching on this thing as much as we do. So yeah, it's like I said, it's totally a team effort. Yeah, I'd like to shout out to my wife Shelby, my dad Keith, and my tuner Steven, SK Tuning. So he's the one that puts this thing in the winner's circle. So.
Terrific. Engine combination-wise, it's a little different than most.
It's a conventional big block Chevy with twin 94s on it. So it's got 94 millimeter bullseyes that force that air down in there to make her go.
And go it does. How big, what's the displacement?
It's a 509.
Okay, wow. That's a lot of power out of something that small, but I know that's how you guys make these things work. Tremendous exhibition today, and congratulations once again. If you got any other people you want to thank, this is the time. Otherwise, I think you hit it pretty good. We'll get pictures.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank Rock Falls and Brian Dupalis for putting this whole deal on. We want to keep Heads Up Racing alive here in Minnesota. So shout out to all the fans and everybody that came out today to watch us go, because hopefully this isn't the last time we're here. So we want to stay.
In Wisconsin. Yeah, we're in Wisconsin. Yeah.
Sorry, Wisconsin.
Absolutely. Definitely a big shout out to the spectators that were here today. Thanks for coming out. We all hope you enjoyed yourselves, and we just need more of everything next time around. That's all there is to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.